Hmm. Let's just look in the widget tree. It seems to be fine. I think that's the problem. The layout here is still layout Chicago. I think you need to change this back to layout London. Let's double check. Yeah, there's a problem. Let's look at one other page just to make sure.
There is a problem with the theme?
Yeah, your source web lock. For the pages where this menu is tight like this, the layout, if you click outside, like somewhere out here, see where I'm clicking here? See the context properties here, where it says Layout Chicago?
Okay.
Simply change this back to Layout London. And then it'll be fine.
Okay. How to get this application and user in the browser? Up at the top. Application and user and the logout button.
Do you want me to publish this? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, after publishing this one, I'm not able to get the application and user and logout button in the browser.
Let me publish. Are you talking about these buttons here?
Yeah, 1 minute. I'm refreshing.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's just double check. Okay, that looks fine. Yeah, it's definitely not showing. So it tells me something in the header basically saying that it should not be there. So, let's see. Looks like the problem is you are not logged in. That is why it's not showing. So if you were to log in, let's just try. In fact, let's do something just a little bit different. I'm going to remove anonymous and publish really quickly.
So if I use anonymous, I will not get the application and user, right?
If you remove anonymous, then the minute you try to access that page, it will require you to log on. And then once you log on, then these buttons should show. Okay, so we've got a few folks coming on in. Good morning. Or good afternoon, as the case may be. Let me close this. Neil, go ahead and try that for yourself. So one of your pages, just remove anonymous, log on, and you should see those buttons.
Hey, I see you're checking out mine. It's not complete yet.
Oh, yes, that's fine. No problem. What I would like to do is a little bit of a retrospective from yesterday. So the first thing I'd like you to know, would you mind walking me through some of the steps you took to build your application. I'm going to close the door so there's a little bit of noise in the background. And again, this is not me singling you out. This is more of a meant to be somewhat of a learning experience for everybody.
All right. So what you're basically asking is some sort of a recap as to what we've done so far, right?
What you did, and maybe you can tell the rest of the group some of your own challenges, some of the ways, some of the things you picked up yesterday, any techniques you used to win, to figure out, accomplish some things, and what you have yet to do.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me quickly pull up my notes here.
I can share the screen with you if you want to just do a demonstration yourself.
Oh, you want me to actually walk through the application and show what I've learned?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
All right. I'll give you control.
All right. 1 second. Bear with me 1 second while I pull up my screen and share it here.
Okay. While we're doing that, Kevin, I have a question for you about your application. I noticed that you set the enable flag for some of your buttons to false. I was wondering, tell me, or really tell everybody, your logic for setting those to false in the context of this homepage.
Isaac, I'm sorry, but I had a hard time understanding it. Your voice is not that clear. Is it just me, or is everyone having the same problem?
Guys, is anybody else having a hard time hearing me? Fine for me.
It's quite difficult to hear you, actually.
Yeah.
It is. Okay, let me try closing this down and calling you back.
Okay.
Or calling back in.
I think it has something to do with speakerphone, and you may be sitting a little too far off.
All right, let me pull it closer then.
Okay.
Okay. How's this? Can you hear me better now?
Oh, yeah, much better.
Okay, my apologies. My apologies. So what I was going to ask is, as Vinod is getting his demonstration ready for us, one of the things I wanted to ask was to Kevin. I have Kevin's application open in front of me, the Bookings app, and what you see is some buttons that are disabled, as you notice here. I was just wondering, Kevin, could you walk through the logic that you used to decide whether or not these buttons should be enabled or not?
Yeah, sure. So on the bookings homepage, the check-in and check-out buttons, basically, the default property show buttons, except that logic was for if the buttons are visible or not. Instead, I used that same logic on these check-in and check-out buttons for if they were enabled or not.
So it was essentially you decided to enable or disable the buttons based on some logic that's actually within the properties on of the buttons themselves.
That's right.
All right. So as far as some of the logic for the booking confirm page.
In that case, I used the properties as well.
You did? And this is a bad thing to do. I just wanted to point that out, that typically best practice, when you're doing development, you want to also pay attention to the person who might be inheriting this application from you. So the condition is probably a better choice. Also, you can use composite or complex conditions, in other words, nested conditions, one with inside the other. And that is actually a scenario that comes up in that set of requirements, if you did not notice.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in that case, I have a question. When you say properties, were you referring to the visible and enable, where for enable we could actually choose an expression? And for example, what I did is for the checkout, visible or not, what I did is, okay, if someone is already checked in.
Sorry, Vinod, let me interrupt you. If you're showing something, we can't see it. So you might have to share your entire desktop.
I did share my whole monitor.
Can you see anything? Black screen. Yeah, it's a black screen for me also. Perhaps maybe just share the browser then?
Yeah, let me do that.
As is the properties, the enabled and visible properties.
Okay.
That Kevin's using, and this is not me bashing on Kevin or anything. It's actually something that we talk about every one of our boot camps. Whether or not to use something like these flags, which are very easy to use, but sometimes not easy to understand or follow if somebody is inheriting an application. So there's a give or take to be had within those types of scenarios. You have to understand maintenance from the context of if somebody's going to be developing after you, you're going to try to make it as easy as possible for that application to be basically inherited, for somebody to get the context necessary to do whatever upgrade tasks, bug fixes, or whatever it is necessary. All right, so Vinod, we're still not seeing your screen, my friend.
I did share my browser too, so I don't know what is going on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me do this. I'll go ahead and take back control, and you can just walk me through. Just tell me tell me where to go.
All right, I can do that. I'm sorry, I don't know what the deal was.
No problem. No problem. I kind of threw this on you somewhat suddenly. So let me. All right. So in our bookings VM.
All right. So obviously, from this screen, there is no option to go there. I still haven't put in the checkout logic yet. But that said, what I can do is if you can open the application, maybe go to. I think the two of the big things that I really liked about the yesterday's session was, one, the CSS and the customizations of the UI, one which, at least for the time being, we went to the CSS theme generator and we picked out what we needed and kind of pasted here, and it was really impressive that we could customize all the way down to a container, right? And then, we have the page level customizations and, of course, overall customizations. That I think was one of the big things which will let us customize our UI. The other important aspect is, of course, the validations that we've learned. And I guess one of the examples you can probably pull is in my...
Is it booking confirm?
Give me one. See which page to pull. If you could go into booking new page and open check rooms. Yeah, the check rooms. That's the one. Open that. Maybe this is not the greatest of the implementations, but at least it gives us how to handle. This is the first time we've dealt with validations and business or conditional logic within the page, right? So it was good to know how to implement that. And the third important piece, I would say, is reusable logic. What I've done is under logic actions, there is a booking status. What I'm doing is I'm validating what kind of a status it is and passing in the booking record as well as the status, and that is in turn being called if you go into booking show, and I guess that too. So you can see I'm calling the same action for check-in, cancel, and checkout. The reusability of that action is good to learn, because that is going to be really useful.
Are you sure you're calling it for check-in, Vinod?
I think so, yeah. The third action you see there.
Well, this one is from booking checkout page.
Right, but from the booking show page, I'm using that for check-in.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So check-in, cancel, and checkout. Okay, thank you. All right, continue. Anything else?
No, I would say those are the
In
three
this
big things
lesson,
that,
we'll see how to write custom
I've gained from yesterday's, and again, I said big items, right? There are a lot of small ones like the server-side versus client-side validations, but I, in a way, combine them under like just the validations and, giving feedback to the users as to what was wrong about the record they entered, the record validation that we're performing before we actually save the record. That, again, is in the validation. Those are some really good things. I think all this goes back to providing users with some, or rather I should say, reducing the amount of errors a user could make when they enter the data. That's it.
Okay. A couple of questions for you. How did these little sort widgets get there? And these guys.
So one of the things is I was playing around, and when I dragged and dropped a record, right, I don't know how to say it, but one of them looks like a vanilla one, but the other one has the stars next to it, and I guess that's the one you called it a IntelliWrap or IntelliWarp. And that creates pagination by default, and I was playing around and trying to figure out what else that was creating for me.
Yes. By the way, we'll be spending a little bit of time on some of the accelerators wrapped into IntelliWarp feature. Maybe even to this afternoon. It was kind of a trick question. I actually knew where this was coming from, but I just wanted to see how you would explain it to everybody else.
Okay, so so when I created a table of records or edit records, and when I copied the entity into that table of records, I actually had, as I said, right, there were two ways to copy that. One of them was the traditional, where it would just create the entity and copy the entity and nothing else, but I saw another option where it was showing me that entity with a couple of stars next to it. I mean, I don't know another way to put it. You probably
if you were to drag and drop something onto a page, yes, you would see stars next to the icon.
Correct.
As an example, it should work for this page as well.
Yep, there you go. That's the one with the star. That is creating the pagination if it is a list.
Correct. Now, again, there's a lot more to it than this, so I don't want you guys to spend too much focus on that, because OutSystems will try to help you using some of these accelerators to make your life easier. Okay, anything else, Vinod?
Nope, that's it.
All right, so in light of one of the issues that Vinod experienced yesterday, I do feel compelled to tell you that we have a workaround. And the issue that Vinod was having was he was having a hard time putting something in this menu for the first time. If there was nothing in there, right, if we were to just remove the item in the menu, if I were to do something like this, just remove this from the menu, then the menu itself kind of disappeared, and it's hard to create stuff in the menu on the page for the first time. It's hard to add a page to the menu like you see in the videos. So I discussed this with my members of my internal team, and we decided in order to do this, it's probably best to show at least one of the IntelliWork features. And again, Vinod, I'm not going to publish this, I promise. But if I were to just drag and drop an item like room or guest onto a flow, you guys remember what a flow is? A flow is basically a diagram, a grouping of pages. You can have more than one. You can have as many as you like. When I dragged that room entity onto the flow, it adds an item to the menu for me. It does a lot of other stuff, but that's really not that important. What's important is now we have the menu open so you can add other items. So if you're adding another page, now life just got a lot easier. Okay, so this at least, oops, wrong button. This at least is a simple workaround for you. For the time being.
Yep.
Okay?
That will work. That will really work. I mean, what we discussed yesterday, switching to, let's say, a Chicago theme and coming back, that was fine, but this is easier, sure.
Okay, so at least for now, if you're still struggling with adding something to the menu, then use that IntelliWork feature, drag and drop one page onto the flow, and it will automatically add it to the menu for you. And then you can add other items to the menu and manage your menu as I was showing you guys yesterday.
Can you add things to the menu web block? Like, is that still easily done?
You can add items
to
the web block. It's just that when we create this, there's a lot of components. You notice that there's inside of the menu. The question was from Jason, once you have something in the web block, can you add new items into the menu web block? And the answer is, of course you can. It's just that there is a specific process. You would have to use this drop-down menu widget, and inside of that there are components, as well as inside of that there are components. If I were to just copy this and paste a new one, it creates a brand new one for me, and then I can manage what's in that link. I do recommend you explore the menu and explore how the menu items and the drop-down items are created. All right, that answer your question?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. Let's see. Anybody else have any questions from yesterday? Anything that did not make sense before we continue with our activities for today? Okay. I'll take that as a no. Sounds like everybody is ready to go. The day 3 activities, just to give you an idea, are usually the most challenging. This is one of the reasons why I was happy that some of the guys got a jump start on assignment 6, because assignment 7, that is relatively easy, and assignment 8 is actually pretty challenging. So I expect that you will spend a good bit of time here in assignment 8 today. For those of you who are this far, please take extra time if you need to really understand some of the concepts. Pop-up editors, charts, things like that. They're very, very important, and they're going to make your applications, when you build your application, some of these concepts are going to really help you make your applications really pop. Okay, guys?
Sounds good.
All right. Anybody else? Paul, any questions?
No?
No? Okay. Alex, you have any questions?
Nope, all good.
You're good? Excellent.
Hey, Isaac, I have a quick question. Vinod here. One of the
Okay.
things I haven't seen and I don't see in the list is an option to do an in-place edit in a list. When I say in-place edit, let's say an entity has only 4 columns, right, and that entity as a list is on the page, and we do, let's say, have a search on top of that page. That search and filter, what would make sense in that context is letting the user edit that record in place in the list. But I really haven't seen anything of that sort in the list, in what we've done so far, and I don't see it in the next couple of days as well in the spreadsheet. So I was just wondering, is it something that you can quickly show us how to do it, or if there is some sort of a video or some sort of a write-up to
There is a component for that I'll have to track down and show you.
Okay.
But if you don't mind, let's take that offline.
Sure.
But in general, we don't do inline editing simply because it's so much easier to use other types of editing like pop-up editors or divs within pages or within other pages. The focus has not been on inline editing. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
But is that something that is a need for your organization?
Yeah, most likely yes. Yeah, I can take it offline if that is not a standard.
That's fine. Yeah, let's take that offline, and I'll sort of circle back around with you on that.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. All right. So if there are no other questions, please go ahead and continue from where you left off yesterday. And as always, I'll be here to answer any questions you have. I'll be also doing occasional reviews of your applications, not to bash you, just to check to make sure there's not anything that you might have missed or done something that would potentially create a bad habit. Okay? away?
Yeah, he had to get on another call. He'll be back in about half an hour.
Okay, about half an hour. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you continuing to make progress, or did you get called away to do something else as well?
No, I'm continuing to make progress.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I didn't see any changes, any major changes to the dashboard, so I wanted to check on you guys.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Yep.
Isaac, if you're there, quick question.
I'm here.
The feedback messages that we can use looks like they do appear to be static, and user have to X them out. Is there a way to make them, let's say, stay on the screen for 3 or 4 seconds and automatically disappear?
Not those feedback widgets. However, remember that they are in rich widgets, so you could make a copy of that and have it time out if you like. If you are a JavaScript guru, I would recommend that.
Okay, which I'm not. So, all right.
And maybe you have a couple of JavaScript guys who would like to play with it. Just understand that this actually, believe it or not, these kinds of questions come up a lot. The rich widgets, if you open it, it will prompt you to make a clone of the rich widget piece. Do that. Make a clone, remake whatever it is you want to change, and save it as in a different e-space. The reason why is anytime you install the next version, the next big version of the OutSystems platform, if you did not make a clone, you will lose your changes.
Right.
So please do that.
Okay. And you're saying we can go into JavaScript and make changes for what we need?
Exactly. See everything in here? Then you just need to go into your JavaScript, wherever that is. It looks like it's using other web blocks, so you might end up monkeying with the jQuery in here.
Right. Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thanks.
No problem.
So is the feedback, the Ajax weight, is that the one that appears on the right-hand bottom, where, um, let's say, loading or something like that? Is that what it is compared to a feedback message?
He has to step out for a minute. He's on the phone. Ask him again in like 2 minutes or so.
Okay.
Vinod, I'm sorry, this is Isaac. How are you doing?
No, I had a quick question. What's the difference between the feedback message and the feedback Ajax wait? Is the second one like the one that shows up on the right-hand bottom? For let's say loading, for example, I've noticed it in a couple of places.
The difference between this and what else?
The one above that. Yep.
Honestly, I've never actually used the feedback Ajax wait. This looks like a new.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Okay.
You know what? I remember now. You know when you do any Ajax refresh, there's that little green indicator at the bottom of the screen?
Right.
That's what this is.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, no problem. guys want to give everybody a little tip that will make your lives easier in the long run. If you open up an application, notice that you can designate an eSpace as a front office eSpace. And if you designate your eSpace as a front office eSpace, like what I have here, this button, Open in Browser, will then magically become available to you. And what that does is basically signifies that the Open in Browser will open this eSpace at the root page, whatever that default page is. If I have it as front office, I can just click Open in Browser. It'll open that application up for me. So if you haven't done so already, double check to make sure your eSpace is designated as front office. Hey, Sam, what's your question?
Hey, Isaac. So I'm trying to go through the exercise for 7.2. I'm trying to my product ID with the product ID, and it's not. There's no option for me to even select the product ID on that one.
Let me open up your eSpace. Which page?
So I'm creating the add purchase product.
Add purchase product or add product?
Add purchase product in the logic.
Ah, okay. All right, so it's not there yet, I guess.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of doing it. So I'm trying to. So I'm at the beginning where I went into the data and got the product.
So something like an add purchase product, are you taking in an input parameter of type product record?
Mm-hmm.
And then you are doing a like a update or insert.
No, so I went and went to the data and get the product tables.
Okay. Oh, are you passing the entire product in, or are you getting the product from a product ID?
One second.
Sorry, I'm not. There's a reason I asked that. If you like, I can let you share your screen if it makes it easier for you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, no, you can't. So my Service Studio, I'm actually running on my personal computer, and then the whole WebEx is in my.
That would be challenging.
Yeah.
Well, are you at a place where you can publish your latest, so I can look at that?
Well, my latest is one that I did for 7.1 already, so I'm going through 7.2 exercise.
Right. Can you find a stopping point and publish again?
Sure. Well, it won't let me publish because it has that little X. It's fine.
Right. So.
Let me do a screenshot and I'll send it to you, and then maybe you can help me from that point.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. Hey, Sam?
Yes.
Just while you're doing that, if you want to take a moment, I've actually opened up another eSpace that does something similar. Maybe we can kind of walk through some of the differences, because I'm pretty sure this one works pretty well. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
In fact, I'll just double check to see if we can do this. Looks like it is. So the point where we add purchase product, we've already got the product, so we're basically assembling a purchase product record. All right, so it's got this coming from the edit record of this page, which is here.
Right.
All right, so that's purchase product data, as well as quantity. All right, the reason I do that is so that when we pass it in, the other thing that is being assigned is the purchase ID. So we get the purchase ID in memory inside this purchase product record. And so when he queries the product, he's querying on that product ID that's coming from that purchase product record.
Right here. Let me just stop you there. So
Okay.
when you double click on that product ID,
This one?
yeah, and I was trying to bind the product ID. So when you double click on that, so when you look at the scope local purchase and then under product ID, that option there, it's not visible for me. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so a couple of things to check. The data type of your product ID and the parameter, is that set correctly? The product identifier?
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it is, but
Okay.
yes, it is.
All right, that's set correctly. All right. And you are passing in something similar, like a purchase product record?
Yes.
Okay. This does happen once in a while. So you open up the expression editor and you're saying this local purchase product thing is not even coming up for you at all.
That's correct. So the only one that I see is, okay, if I follow through, it's scope, local, and then purchase product, and that's it. It's stopped right there. It won't even let me expand like that you just did.
In that case, can you double check the data type of your parameter being passed in?
Okay.
It should be a record, and the record definition should be purchase product.
Okay, let me see.
OutSystems will really try to make you strongly type all of your items, including records of type purchase or purchase product, etc. So if you can't drill down, there's usually, not always, but usually a good reason why.
Okay, let me see. For some reason on my record definition, I don't have purchase product.
Okay, do you have purchase, I mean, this is really basic, but do you have a purchase product entity?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Interesting. So you're unable to select the drop down and simply navigate down to the purchase product entity?
Oh, you know what? It's a user error, so give me a second.
No problem.
Okay, so let me see. Okay, got it. It was a user error. Thank you. Sorry.
No. What was the problem?
No, I basically on the where is it? On the purchase product, under the data type, I have it under text.
Ah, gotcha.
So it's not appearing to be. All right,
No problem.
I'm good.
All right, glad to help. The only way we can do that is make sure of the widget that we're overriding is name. All right, so what we'll do to that widget identifier, think of that specific one, that checkout button dot ID. And you see under the widgets list, there it is. All right, now it looks like we need something else. Pop-up editor widget will ask you for notification. This is not required to have one. You can simply select none. It's better to have one that you're going to that basically says, I'm done, and then you can perform whatever action you want to. Now, in this case, maybe we'll just set it to this onNotify widget. Now, let's just double check. So in this book display page, our onNotification, so we're going to do in this case, we might not want to do a get message. This is actually, there's more than simply getting a message. What we really want to do is fire a message will be the message from the pop-up editor page at the point. Let me just show you what I mean. All right, so we log in our lines that we do a message. The message will actually come from the pop-up editor notify argument. So if you were to add an argument within the pop-up editor notification, the message would come in the notification, the receiving notification, and you can actually set that to whatever it is you want. Just open up the variable, and there's our message. Now, this is really helpful if you have lots of notifications going on. You can determine which notification it is and take the appropriate action. Okay? What we want to do is simply, in this case, when we do a notification on this display, we'll just make sure the status is changed, and it changes on the page. So let's just do a refresh of the query. All right, and refresh that page. All right, refresh that booking show widget, which has that specific item within it booked. Now, that's easy enough. What we want to make sure of is in the checkout. So when we do a confirm checkout, we click the button, and we're confirming that the update is being done correctly. And it looks like it's being done, so we do the update of the booking, and really don't need this. All right, so we'll just remove this. We're just going to send the notification, close the page, and we don't even need to do anything else. So we'll just end after that. All right, so Once the notification is sent and the pop-up page is closed, then the calling page will fire this on-notify event, and the page should recall the query and make sure that the status here changes. Right, so guys, does that make sense? Sudhakar, Sunil, does that make sense? Right, for everybody who's already done this, I don't want to interrupt you. Just remember the important things to recall are the method of the button that you are overriding with the pop-up editor has to be navigate. It has to be navigating to a specific page. And the pop-up editor widget has to have the appropriate ID of the calling button or link that you're overriding. Okay. Just a quick status check. Everybody there? Alex, you there? Kevin?
Vinod, I'm here.
Vinod's here.
Sam's here.
Sam? All right, thanks. Sunil, Sudhakar? Tori, I guess you're there. All right. I guess before we begin, any pressing questions? Any major issues you guys are running into? All right, I will take that as a no, and we'll continue. All right, for the
Now
sake of
label
time, I
this
want
search.
to talk to you about
Double-click the
DevOps.
button to
Now, it's a relatively new term in this space. And DevOps is sort of a developer/operational role, as the two terms get slammed together into one. And it basically enforces, facilitates multiple roles. What OUTSYSTEMS allows you to do is utilize this DevOps tool, formerly known as Lifetime. It actually has multiple capabilities. One of them, of course, being the ability to do deployment over a set of application portfolios. So if I open up the application portfolios, you can see the different, basically, environments within an infrastructure: development, testing, production, etc. 3 is the standard. However, we're not, OutSystems, of course, is not limited to 3. If you wanted to add more, you can simply go in and add a 4th environment. It would be very easy to do it. The environments themselves are basically listed out. Basically, we're catching them either by IP address or the qualified name. In this case, DevOps also consists of governments, whereas in the past, all the users and role assignments were previously being done using Service Center. Now we are using Lifetime. And Lifetime allows us easy availability, right? We can click a specific role within development environment, full control, certain levels of access, maybe lowered access for testing, and maybe no access at all for production. And the sliders allow us to do this. In the past, I would have had to set the access however many times we had, or however many number of environments we had. I would have to set the access 3 times in 3 different instances of Service Center. So Lifetime, in this case, is making life very, very easy for me.
So is it also covering the application level user access, or is it different?
So this is the developer/operational user access.
Got it. Okay.
The user application, actually, you will be spending a little bit of time on this on assignment 9.
Okay.
That it's covered actually in that exercise, and that's fairly simplistic. You'll get it immediately.
create the
So
action.
these are
But
people
before
that
that,
we are
let me just
allowing
set
to
the
log
submit,
on
the
the
method
OutSystems
to
infrastructure
Ajax
as
submit.
taking on specific working roles. Essentially, Andre is an administrator, whereas somebody else could be simply a developer or a partner sales engineer or a consultant or whatever. All of these roles we can create, we can access and change the roles, level access, and assign people to those roles. Even assign assign a person specific level of access to a specific application for each environment. So there's a lot that can be done here within the DevOps for governance. We've talked a little bit about performance already. I'm going to touch in more detail around performance and logging. What OutSystems does provide is more detailed performance. This is at the page level. It starts with full application where it's aggregating all of the data using AppDex scoring to give you a score.
You know, it's sort of an overall aggregate score for your application, drilling down into each module within your application, as well as trends for a specific period of time. You can drill down a little bit further, but within lifetime, this stops at the page level. And if you see here, a perfect example of a way that this could be helpful is the overall score is pretty good, but there's one page where there's possible need for just doing a little bit of checks, or maybe a little bit of tuning of our database calls, some query calls, or web service calls. So in addition, the page views, you can see trends over time as well. Notice the score drops pretty significantly for specific applications. In this case, the score for this dropped pretty significantly as well. So there's a lot of very useful stuff. Vinod, you're getting your setup, I believe, today. Once you spin up your first application in production, you'll be able to use this in greater detail.
Right. Okay.
All right. So, in addition to that, if we were to say, going back to our performance management feature, we say that there is a page that has some performance concerns. Usually the question is, what on the page is causing those performance issues? And in order to answer that question, we have to go back into Service Center under either the general log or the screen log. General, it will aggregate all the other logs together. So this is actually pretty helpful. You simply go to the general log. Every application that you write within OutSystems, when you publish, it is automatically logging for you. So you're not writing, you don't have to write any special logging. Anything that is like a slow running query or a slow running extension, and we define slow to be anything more than 200 milliseconds. So anything that is taking longer than 200 milliseconds is being logged. Now, by the way, it is being logged using queuing asynchronously. This is a .NET environment, so it would be pushing this up into a Microsoft message queue, and a service will consume what's in the queue and put it in the log for us. So it is fire and forget, and so it is not impacting its own performance. So if we were to look for order management, specific issues, now we have some flow extension, flow SQL. If we want to even just view flow SQL modules, now we have a better idea of potentially the kind of queries maybe taking quite a while. Some bootstrap, action create order, et cetera, Now, what's even more useful might be if we could aggregate this kind of data together in a report, like an analytics report. And this is also possible. Simply click on the analytics tool and create that report. So maybe flow SQL, current week, and then hit the create button. This will assimilate all that data together, so once the report is complete, you'll simply be able to click on it, and you notice that eSpace has already been set. If we wanted to see them all, there's all of the flow SQL calls for the previous week. So go back into filtering on order management. Now we have a much better idea. Possibly one of these queries could be causing our problem. You know, it may not even be a query. It could be web services. So all of this is very helpful, especially when you have something that's already out in production or in a testing or load testing or performance testing environment. So this, again, when you get to this point, you have things in production, you're going to come in here and check once in a while. Any questions, guys?
Do we have to do anything special to our applications to have them work with Lifetime, or to our platform server to work with Lifetime?
No, they are automatically, Lifetime already knows who they are.
Okay.
As long as it has, the question was, do we have to do anything special in order to work with the Lifetime feature? And the answer is no. Once you set up the Lifetime feature to talk to that specific environment, anything you publish will then be viewable within Lifetime. All right, so that is one of the things that I wanted to show you guys. Obviously, that's a pretty quick one. There's a lot more to it. I recommend you go through some of the other monitoring. If you were trying to send emails and and they failed, then you would be able to find them here as well. Even emails that got sent successfully, you could see the logs for them. All right, so the next thing on my agenda is to talk about database integration. And as I mentioned previously, right now we have 2 databases that we support intrinsically, and we have a multitude of other databases that we support through API calls. Some of them include MySQL, PostgreSQL, that's how you pronounce it, CouchDB, which is actually a NoSQL database, quite a few others. And we've done integrations via web service and code to many others as well, but that are not even on the Forge. I've opened up this administration tool to show you how we connect to SQL Server and Oracle just out of the box. And the way we do that is let's say the use case exists that we want to get some data, maybe employee data, it doesn't matter, from another database. The database existed long before we installed OutSystems, and we need to get data into OutSystems as potentially as a mashup. Maybe an OutSystems application. First thing you would want to do is create your database connection within Service Center. And this is something that it would actually replicate across your environments, but of course you'll configure it differently for each of your environments. All right, this is in a dev environment, and of course we can look at it, we can even test the connection string here, which is leagues better than hoping and praying that it works in a config file. This will probably look familiar. I can go back into Integration Studio, point to the same server, in this case it's just demo1 dev, and import entities from the database. Now it will look through all the connections that it has access to within that context. These 2 are default, and they have the OutSystems default context, whereas SMT is within the context of this connection string that was created. So it's going to take a moment. We'll simply connect to this SMT database. These are all the databases that this connection string has access to, as well as tables. Here are the tables that we will select, so maybe countries, departments, employees, regions, maybe locations. And tables are now ready to be imported, or what I like to think of as OUTSystemsized. We are going to create entities out of those database tables. So when we pull them in, notice that they look a little bit different. Now that we've finished, the entities exist. They have brought them in with the specific set of attributes and translated the data types into what makes sense for OutSystems. All right, making sense so far, guys? So again, we have our own database, but we're connecting to something else in order to fulfill this requirement. Notice that there's a couple of things about it that we want to make sure. if we have an identifier, right, for each of the entities, this is important to understand. If you have an identifier, then when you import these entities, you will see, go back into Service Studio, imported entities that have all of these entity actions. Make sense? If you do not have an identifier, or if you have complex identifiers, then you will only see one entity action, and that would be the create action. The rest of them would be on you, and you would most likely be using an advanced query to do the updates and the deletes, etc. And it's certainly possible, but there's just a little bit more work involved. Okay, so just kind of going through to see, we have departments, employees, regions. Let's go ahead and publish this to our dev environment. Now the resources in this case look kind of similar. There's some .NET and J2EE compatible resources that are being added. Really not all that important. What is important is that as it's adding the reference, it's also going to ask me for a connection to ensure that I have that connection once I publish this. Because you could potentially write it under one context and then decide you want to add it, or basically change that connection or context to something else. All right, so save it. And for those of you who have done some writing with Integration Studio, this will probably look familiar. It goes through a process of verifying, updating, compiling, saving, uploading, and then finally publishing. Here's that warning that I was referring to. Avoiding publish errors. When you publish this extension, make sure you configure it. Now we can configure it here, or I can simply go back into Service Center, into my extensions list, where that extension should now live. And really, it should be the one with the little red X beside it. There it is. And there's my little error saying we have a logical database with a missing configuration. So go in to that extension, and here's the issue. Database connection, while I use the connection to create my extension, it is asking me to reselect that connection simply because I might, maybe, possibly want to change that connection. So if I apply it, then my little error, my extension list, goes away. All right, so what does that mean for me when I'm developing in Service Studio? If I want to create a new application that only uses that data, I simply have to reference it. And we look for that DB extension. There it is. And we see that this extension has no methods, it only has entities. So let's select them all. Now, where is that reference going? And as you might have noticed, if you reference something that is data-based, the reference will actually be inside the data tab. If you're referencing logic or roles, then it'll fit in the logic tab. Same thing with interface as well as processes. Here's our entities. In fact, I wonder if it saved some of the relationships for me. Let's pull them into an ERD. Okay, so OutSystems was able to understand the Well, OutSystems was able to understand all the dependencies and relationships between each of the entities. Kind of a mess, but at least you're able to see, understanding the data is obviously important, and we can see that there is a recursive relationship between the employees. So there's a manager ID who is also an employee. The department. Employee belongs to a department, but he can also be the head of the department. So all of that is apparently looks to be readily available. Now, in order to see the data on the screen, this is something we've kind of alluded to, and that's the accelerators on a web page. Utilizing OutSystems accelerators that we used to call IntelliWork, that we simply call scaffolding. And scaffolding can be as easy as dragging and dropping an entity onto a web page. And you see the results. What you guys have been doing by hand, developing in order to create menu items and searching, as well as, we don't do a lot with sorting and pagination by hand because it's quite a pain, but the accelerators have done it for us. And if I need to customize, I need to add potentially manager ID or the manager of this person, etc., then it's that easy. Right? Dragging and dropping, you guys have seen this. So utilizing these components, it's actually pretty darn easy. I can add more pages, right? We were doing a little bit of like a show page, as well as an edit page for the employee. And you see how it's changed things. It's added a new link to the edit page, which is in this case going to be a new employee. Right? And notice the relationship, the recursive relationship to itself is being set for us. The manager, we can set the manager as well as set the department. Now, OutSystems accelerators extend beyond simply creating a couple of pages. So let me show you a couple of other examples of what those accelerators can do. First off, I'm just going to remove this show page, and we'll have to fix a couple of links probably. And so this link is now going to go away. So I'm just going to delete that. Add an expression back in there to be that first name, employee, first name. We also allow for pop-up editors or pop-up info balloons. If you haven't seen the pop-up info balloon, by dragging it onto a list like what you see here, you notice the little stars are available. And whenever you see something where stars are available, that means scaffolding or OutSystems accelerators are going to kick in and do some work for us. In this case, this pop-up balloon, info balloon did not previously exist. And now it does. And it uses basically a different theme or a different layout in order for that pop-up to show a little bit better than the layout that you would see within a list page. All right, and in addition to that, this is on a hover event. So if the mouse hovers over this icon, then you'll see more information about that employee. All right, good so far, guys? There are a few other accelerators. OutSystems does provide actually quite a few, and most of them we will try to cover right now. One of them is converting a combo box, and this is a special case. If you have a relationship, in this case, we have a relationship between employee and department, like this, between two entities. This will only work between two regular entities, not between an entity and a static entity. You can do it by hand, but if you want an OUTSYSTEMS accelerator to kick in and right-click on Department, we can convert this to autocomplete, and you notice this rich widget has been added. So there's an input autocomplete rich widget here within the page. Now, it's also added some logic with a couple of variables for me. So autocomplete has been set. It is now searching on a specific field or a specific attribute within the department. So if I needed to change that or add something here, it's easy enough to do. Now, obviously, it makes sense. The result of the query is looping through and then appending the list to the page so that the user can select from that list. Okay, so that's another accelerator. There are actually a couple of other accelerators that we probably won't even have a chance to get into. But let me show you one other one. All right, so the employee edit page does allow for master detail, viewing detail within a specific, like an employee, like the departments for that employee. Because of the rule there, we can select the multiple departments for an employee. And I can use, basically it's generated some checkbox to delete them. It has even generated a new page, which is using that pop-up editor widget that some of you guys have already worked in. So pop up a new page, select a department, enter a department name, select the location, and then save. And for some of you, this also looks familiar because it is doing a notification, and then dependent on the condition, it's closing. Now this condition in this case is simply a Boolean, whether it's going to be save and new, because that page has a button for save and new as opposed to just save and basically close. So the end result of all of this, in integrating all of this data, as an example, I should be able to simply publish. So let's add a little bit more. Maybe we want to also list departments and then edit them. And now let's publish. Questions so far as this is publishing?
Yeah, I got a question. Now, when you auto-create a page from a table, by dragging that department table on, does it always create pages in the list of lists, or in the order of list, edit, list, show, edit?
List, show, edit.
Or is there a way to, like, say I just wanted a list and edit page, do I have to just go back and delete the show page afterwards?
No. You see, actually, there is no department show page. In fact, let me go back to main flow. There is no department show page. And the reason why the reason I was able to do that is I simply clicked on the name and told it to link to the edit page.
Okay.
Now, if you are dragging and dropping entities, then yes, it would go list, show, and then edit.
Okay.
Got it. The way to circumvent that is to go right into the page and select where you want that link to go.
Okay.
And then, of course, the scaffolding will kick in. It also added this for creating the new department. And guys, what's the difference? The difference, of course, is the identifier parameter being passed in to that department edit. It's being passed in for that specific department, whereas for the new one, there is nothing being passed in. And of course, you know how I feel about that. I'm going to come in and set this to null. And then in the edit page, I'm going to set this required to yes. Just because I'm being a little bit anal. So let's see if it works. Taking a minute. Probably just accessing data from another source. Okay, so we've got some data. Looks like it's working fine. See if the AJAX is working. So it's possible it might be searching on last name and not first name. Oops. So fortunately, we can come in and do a check to see, if there's something that we messed up in the search, or if the search is doing certain things as opposed to others. Now, see, we have departments as well. This goes directly to department information. So looks like there's no link here for the employee list. Let's double check that. Let's relink this to the show page, even though we also have this. So republishing really quickly. I realize you guys are still working on some of the previous exercises, but there's going to be some exercises specifically geared to utilizing the OUTSYSTEMS accelerators. We just want you guys to be able to understand there's a lot that goes under the hood in addition to the accelerators. Even when you're using accelerators, you can create a lot of things very, very fast. But you're still going to need to do customizations in order to make your application enterprise level. Get that look. There it is. Save it. All right, so we got some error coming back. So we could probably handle this with our error handling if we wanted to. See if we can set new department name. It's probably will fail as well. There we go. And then, of course, deleting should be that easy as well. Okay, questions? All right, I have one other thing that we need to talk about, and that is OUTSYSTEMS architecture. So, just so you are aware, every time you write a query, whenever you have a query like what you see here, this is what we call a simple query, even though it really is generating something that is anything but simple. When you have a query that is supporting a web page, like what you see here, right? These queries are being optimized for better performance. Let me show you the way it's being optimized. So the employee list page has 4 fields being shown. So in the preparation, when we query, you notice that we're not selecting fields, we're not selecting entities, or excuse me, attributes of those entities. What the reason why is because it is basically context-based. So that when this gets compiled, it will check the usage of those joined entities. If there's only 4, it will only select 4 attributes. The same thing is true for the number of columns, this number of rows, being displayed. And so the pagination that you see here will be dependent on the number of rows or being displayed for that specific record list, in this case, the table record list. Okay? And the resulting query, in this case, will only select 50. And then when you paginate, it will do a refresh and then select the next 50, and so on and so forth. If you change it to 20, it'll do the exact same thing. All right, so as far as architecture goes, we're talking about sort of a vertical kind of scalability within the OutSystems platform that is already built in. We also have some other features that enable what we call graph analysis. And graph analysis is the minimization of the view state within the pages that are being generated within .NET. There is another type of graph analysis on the Java side, which I have no knowledge of, so I'm not going to even try to speak to it. But needless to say, it's very easy to allow for view state to get out of control and the applications to become not so performant. So one of the ways, if we have entities, and I'm going to add one just to show you an example, that we were going to basically create queries for. And we had also maybe pictures that we wanted to add for that specific entity. By importing a picture, and I'll just select one for now, notice that it actually binds these into 2 different entities. And that is actually important, because when you select person, you may not be selecting into a list that person picture, the picture of that for that person. I mean, it did create a one-to-one relationship. For the purpose of performance, when you drag a person into a list, like what you see, it's not going to necessarily show that picture. I mean, it can, but in this case, if we actually do show it, we're actually adding stuff into the view state. All right, so if we have the picture in the person entity itself, this binary data, right, it may or may not be in the table records, but you might possibly be putting this stuff in the view state if you're not careful. So that's one of the reasons why we want to ensure that anytime you have a picture, you set up a one-to-one relationship between the entities, like what you see here. All right, as far as other sets of architecture goes, we can also talk about horizontal scalability. But for doing that, I need to go back into Service Center in our administration console. So really quickly here. I'm not sure if you've noticed this, but Administration Console includes multiple links. One of them is front-end servers, and another is zones. Now, recall that when you publish an application with OutSystems, it's generating code and pushing that code onto a server like IIS or WebLogic or JBoss. Now, the cool thing is, if you have multiple front-end servers for a specific environment, you could have 2 or 3 that are load balanced. OutSystems can handle all of the deployments to each of those servers for you, simply with one click. If you publish something and you click the publish, say maybe you're publishing it in lifetime, right? It really doesn't matter when you do a deployment if you have 1 web server or 3. The deployment process that's being set up for you is basically handling all of that. So the end result is your code has been moved to potentially 1, 2, 3, however many servers you have. Let's go back into the center that you've set up here within Service Center for that specific environment. Now, we also do have a concept of zones for even more strategic horizontal scalability. And what this allows us to do is set up for a specific set of front-end servers. Let's say if you have 4, and 2 of them are external and 2 are intranet, and there's certain applications that are only going to your intranet in your production environment. You can set up a zone to basically relegate that intranet set of web servers in production so the application only goes to those intranet servers, and vice versa for the external based servers. It allows us to handle fairly complex deployment scenarios. Now, one of the things that I was mentioning is we have a main database server or database catalog where the OutSystems goodies, databases, supporting databases are all installed. However, we are not relegated only to a main catalog. We can create a new one. And if we create the new one, we give it the name, and then once we have it tested, we save it, and it will give us the necessary script. And then once we publish our applications within Service Studio for the first time, it'll ask us if we want to publish to main or to the new database catalog. And the end result is you have even greater scalability within your, basically within your infrastructure. All right, questions so far, guys? All right, I will take that as a no. So anything on this?
I've got nothing to add.
Nothing to add?
No.
Okay. Finally, let me show you guys one last thing. I'm going to make one more minor change to our external data eSpace here. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a reference to something that I know is not in our testing environment. So let's look for, say, offline test as an example, since that is in development but not in testing. Okay? So let's see if we can find. There's offline test. And we'll simply reference a role. Now, the reason I'm publishing this now with this reference that to an application does not yet exist in test, I want to show you the results when we try to deploy this into the test environment. So this will go ahead and deploy into our development environment. And what we should see is our eSpace, published by me. There it is. External data. And there's a version, of course. Now, I want to publish external data to testing, knowing, and we know, of course, that there is a dependency on a reference to an application that doesn't exist in testing. So let's see what it does. Okay? Now, we have an error, and it looks like we have dependencies on offline tests as well as a few others. So if I want to go to the offline test, we can deploy this. Now it will cycle again. It'll look for anything else. I can click on the error, and something in independent modules is still missing. Now there's quite a few things probably in there, so we'll just go ahead and add everything within the independent modules application. So far, so good. And hopefully that will do it for us. All right, now it's green. So what we have now is a fairly long list of modules and extensions that will all be deployed at once we basically select Deploy Now. Now, if you guys recall, one of the first things I showed you in this little demonstration is this Users and Roles application, or the feature within Lifetime. You can actually restrict a user from being able to deploy to any of the environments. So let's just assume for a minute that I don't have access to this. Within the Users and Roles tab, let's open that up really quickly again. It would probably look like, it won't look like that. It would probably look like open and reuse, but I cannot deploy. So it would look like this for our testing environment. So if I was in this non-regulated environment and I just set the level of access to this, then this button would not be there when I'm trying to deploy to testing. So we have the ability to save it, which is a fairly large deployment plan. Save, add some notes. All right, it's going. And then the end result is we have a deployment plan that's ready to go, but I can't do it. So somebody else can do that. Now, there's an interesting question that Jason was talking about or asking earlier in the week, and that was around the Lifetime API. There are a lot of good things within the Lifetime API. So you are not relegated to simply using this Lifetime tool to publish your applications back and forth. You can do it programmatically if you want to. That Lifetime API lives, and let's just see if we can find it really quick. Really good. All right, not any of those. So give me a minute and I'll see if I can track down that Lifetime API and I'll send you guys a notification when that finally comes up. All right, so the important thing is being able to set up a deployment plan, being able to extend these capabilities to run business processes and sets of approvals if necessary to run deployments to a specific environment. All of that is available to you with OutSystems, and you can build some of this yourself. You can add some of these capabilities. If you do, let us know. I'll give you a sticker. Okay, that is it for this demonstration. Thank you guys for your time. I realize this was kind of a long one, but there were a lot of things that we needed to cover. So please continue with your regularly scheduled program. Yeah, just so everybody knows, those lifetime APIs I was talking about, they're all web services. So you're not going to be able to reference them as compiled code. But you can make those web services calls from anywhere. Hey, Tori?
Okay.